Alright, good enough time. Good enough time. What up, Soka? What up, Soka? How's it going? Huh. How are you? I am so tired. I was up late again. I say late. I should say I was up early. I was up late into the early. But it's not entirely my fault. It's not entirely my fault, see. Because I got a little freelance commission job that was like, hey, we need this done fast. We'll pay you. Yeah. So, someone basically came to me, handed me a whole bunch of files and said, put this in order for a presentation. It's like a 6 to 8 minute little presentation. They wanted like subtitles built in for it for, I don't know, something. I don't ask questions. So I was up all night making $100. Probably could have charged them more, but I kept my rate. And like, look, I mean, it only took me, the actual work itself only took me like 3 hours. It was the discussion of like, what do you want? Do you want this? Do you want that? Like, we had to sit down and have basically a text conversation back and forth, or I guess it's email, but email conversation back and forth, being like, what exactly is it that you're wanting? They had a whole bunch of like stock clips and everything, and it's like information. I think it was like some sort of business presentation, or maybe like a college student thing, but sounds like a college student, kind of dud. But I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to, say whatever. I'm basically like, yeah, if it takes me, this time, here's the thing. Not to mention subtitles are a pain in my ass now, because apparently the software I used to use for captions doesn't work with my version of DaVinci anymore. So, I'm not sure why. But anyway, so I was up late into like the 8 a.m. time frame, and then once I was done, I was like, I'll email him and tell him it's done, and I'll, probably hear from him tomorrow. No, I heard back in like 15 minutes. And he's like, cool. Send me an invoice on PayPal. And I'm like, okay, here you go. So, sent him an invoice, and I was up for another hour getting paid and transferring it to the bank. So, what up, Paid? How's it going? How it goes? I know. Also, hi, Esper. Esper, Soka loves you. Yeah. I don't know why that, whatever. Body hurts today. Otherwise good. Oof. Why body hurt? Why body in pain? Why are you doing this? Am old? Yeah, I know that feel. That's kind of my excuse at this point. I'm just like, look, I don't sleep well and I'm old. Leave me alone. Like last night. So I ended up falling asleep somewhere around like 10 a.m. And I woke up at like, 1:30, 2 o'clock-ish. I don't know. There goes Esper. Esper. Why you leave, cat? I love you. Well. She'll be back. Anyway. Got back into punk music because of the show I told you about. Punk music. That sounds like fun. Okay. So here's some stuff we gotta talk about. I'm in planning stage now. Right? We have our platform. We are now in big planning setup. So what I kind of want to do is, because I know I've got these 6 rows, and we're going to build them out that way, of nuclear stuff. Very fine, very doable. We'll make it work, right? What I need to do is start getting some plans set up about where stuff is gonna go. Ari, what up? Ari, you just missed her. She literally just walked off camera. She just walked away. I have witnesses to prove it. Witnesses to prove it, in fact. Soccer again. Soccer Esper. Esper, where'd you go? Oh, wait, where did she go? Did she just go get food? 1 second. She's been doing... She's got her, like, full appetite back, which is fantastic. Let me go see. Yep. I caught her. I caught her eating food. Aglies. Hey. He kicked Esperba out before he turned on camera. I mean, you know. Anyway. Esper's eating. Esper's eating food. Because, you know, she's got her full-on appetite back again. Like, she's active and whatnot. Well, I'm here. Still don't see child labor. They're inside the nuclear power plant, Ilster. They're inside the nuclear device. You know, we have a small child in there, essentially, like, you know, handling the materials. What was it, like, in the movie Snowpiercer, where they steal a child to basically, like, here, move this thing over and over again. I think that's what it was. I don't trust children around uranium. Why do you think I'm writing? I don't know. Please refer to aforementioned message, i.e. Aglies. Gasp. I mean, she was here. Esper was here, and she's eating right now. I don't know where she's gonna go after that. I hope she comes back. But, you know, we'll find out. Listener, I'm stealing your wife for a day. Well, just bring her back better than you took her. Isn't that when you borrow something, you know, bring it back better than it was when you had it? Anyway. So, planning. We need to build quite a lot of things, and I've got lots of space for it. I probably don't even need to use all of that space, if I'm being honest. But my plan is kind of to start getting some stuff put down and in place, and then we'll connect some stuff up later. Like, for example, I need to build... What I want to have is, because if... Okay, let me show you. If our inputs for our nuclear stuff is going to be, you know, right here, which I don't think the output goes out. I think the output actually, yeah, the output goes out the front, which is going to kind of be a bit of an annoyance. But all of our inputs for the nuclear stuff is going to go in there, which, yeah, we have our input. We are going to have to figure out the water situation for this, but it should be pretty easy. But, you know, she may return with baked goods. Baked goods, you said. What kind of baked goods are we talking? What kind of baked goods? Like cookies? Bread, perhaps? Some sort of spiced...
5,
pumpkin.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. What up, Eli? How's it going? Oh, then so be it, yeah. I mean, Ilsider's just gonna have to suffer, I guess. Oh no. BP's coming back with, you know, delicious baked somethings. Ilsider will suffer, I'm sure. Anyway, as I was saying. So, our inputs go in, and so I want to have the things making those inputs here, right? sense. Makes sense. Eli, he's keeping my cat captive. She went over that way. Hold on, fine. Let me see if she's done eating. Let me see if she's done eating. I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it. Look at her. Look at that kitty. What did Raya? Fates haven't revealed the future yet. Can die happy now. She was getting comfy under my blanket, so I'm gonna take her back. Come on. She has been returned to the nested blanket. She has been returned to the nested blankets. Ew. Look at her. I know, right? Huh. You gonna steal Sitter's wife? Seems dangerous. Please tell her I love her. She's the most cat-looking cat I've ever seen. She is definitely very much a cat-looking cat. You know what I mean? Like, if ever there was a cat, she is. You know what I mean? If ever there was a cat, she's a complete and total one. Oh, yawning. I'm tired. We already talked about why I'm tired. I'm not gonna... Anyway. Nilsitter seems the vengeful type. Seems. You mean is? Just is. Anyway, so I need... I believe it is 30 machines. Which means...
I'm going to die!
Lurking. Thanks for the look, Harvey. So I need 15 of these lined up. How many can I fit? I wonder. Come more this way, machine. There, that gives us enough room to, you know, deal with outputs, deal with inputs, deal with water. Are you playing with your double man stack? Absolutely I am. Look at it. Look at it. However, I can't build it yet. I think I built it on a 2. I can't build it there yet because I need to update it. We need to update the double man stack to be better. What? That was weird. I wonder why it was like, nah, ain't doing that, Chief. That was very strange. Oh, wait, I think there is supposed to be a... I think there is supposed to be a thing there, because this merges the top one and the bottom. Yeah, it does. Ooh, okay. You're playing with, let's see, 9 p.m. tomorrow? Or earlier? That depends on what happens tomorrow. It will probably, for the right here and the now, be the same time. I can't necessarily promise that it will be earlier or faster. I'm still trying to finagle my clinic days to be earlier, but it seems to be trying to fight me. My schedule, that is. Now, I already have these wired. Yeah, I already got these wired. Okay. So already wired. So they're already wired. Already good there. So it's just the belt upgrades. Which is actually not many. Did this one get missed somehow? I don't know how those got missed. That looks updated. That looks updated. Why am I so small all of a sudden? Save. Confirm. Yeah. See, for maybe the actual plot tomorrow. I mean, the plan is to, what was it? We're gonna, tomorrow with Metaphor, I'm like actively gonna go in and try and start infiltrating. We're gonna start the infiltration process. I think I said right there gives us, yeah. That gives us some space to, you know, kind of work with. I don't think it needs to be right up against the side, does it? Yeah, that'll look good. So now I need many of these. $15 of these blueprints, in fact. Missing materials. God damn it. You know, I do really wish I could have a, you know, dimensional storage for every single one of the things that I need. But I'm not allowed to have that, apparently. I'm not allowed to have that. There's not enough stuff, not enough things. How come these don't have things on them? That was weird. Alright then. About to say, that was odd. Let's see, where was my... I had a thing for it, didn't I? What was it? Copper belt, there it is. And that should connect all of the copper belts into one cohesive line. Well, one giant bus of copper, as it were. Imagine all of this, so much of this, not all of it, so much of this is going to be making just powder. Just copper powder. Anyway. Now we can move on to the next thing. So I need... Let me Here's what I should do. Blueprints. I built, what, 2 of these? Which means I need... 28 more. So I need that much stuff. I need that stuff. Let's go get that stuff. And get the double man stacks built for... This is just for pre-planning stuff. I'm not going to connect it to anything yet. But, you know. We've got to get it situated somehow. Let's see. A lot of these things... I think the... circuit boards... This is all circuit boards. I think the frames... I think I'm making modular frames down below. I think we're making frames somewhere around here. Rotors, stators, frames. There we go, we have a box of them. Fantastic. That's a lot. That's a lot of these frames. Let's funnel as much of that into there as we can. Cable I know is getting automatically fed into the system. Motors I know is getting automatically fed into the system. Plastic is not. But carrying 560 motors should not be that bad. There we go. You could probably take cable, but I'm gonna grab plastic. You know, could have swore I had that set up different, but apparently not. That should fill rather quickly. Yep. I mean, it's going. It's flying. It's doing its thing. Why do I have an odd number in my pocket? Oh, because I already had some. It's like, why is there a weird number of what's-its there? Turns out, I found out why. So just 4 more stacks of plastic will be fine. And then I'll probably grab cable, and then the other stuff should be going reasonably fast enough that I'm like, we can, you know, wait on it to refresh, as it were. Because I don't know if I can carry that many. I don't think I can carry that many with me. Now let's go get some cable. This is down below. Down in this mess. I say mess, but you all love this spot, don't you? You all love the spaghetti. I can tell. Do we? I think not. You trying to tell me you do not like spaghetti? Spaghetti. Spaghetti. I need to find that short again. I need to find that clip someone made ages and ages ago. It's a good one. But look, if we don't look at it, it doesn't exist, right? That's the rules. If I don't look at the spaghetti doesn't exist. There was a factory I saw that someone built that, I kid you not, was complete endgame material and was running off of such meticulous use of like belts that there were still like tier 1 belts being used all over the place just to make it look like slow and kind of cool. And there were sushi belts going around. I was like, this is insane. It was so jam-packed in there. I think the whole point of the world that he built was to just get one of every item per, or one of the endgame items per minute, which, you know, meant not near as much as we have done. I think I did like 5 times as much. I think I did 5 times as much. I think, pretty certain I may have done a little bit more. Spaghetti, my Christian Minecraft server. I had ramen earlier. Does that count for anything? Does ramen count? I don't know if it does, but I ate it. There's also, you know, perhaps a bit much. Did I get that as close? Yeah, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, did I get that as close as it can go? Yes, I did. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm halfway there. Eight. What was it? 9, 10. Now we're waiting on that stuff. So while we're waiting on that stuff, let's extend some power. Ooh, oh, oh. There we go. Extend the power. Is this even going to be enough space? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to fit 5 more right here. I think I can fit 5 more right there. I think. Once I have the, you know, the materials. Yeah, we can do it. We can make it fit. We can make it work. So, putting all this right there means that our bus might have to go somewhere else. You know what? Ooh, you know what? Maybe I don't want to do it in a straight line like this. Maybe I want to double it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What if I go... No, because then everything would have to come through that way. Hmm. Hmm. What is that? Is that a crate what got made? Yeah, it is. Why? Oh, I know why. Well. You know what? We'll collect that. We'll collect that in a minute. We'll collect that in a little bit. Okay, how am I gonna make this work? Where do I want the bus to come through? The bus is gonna come through, like, right here. Yeah, the big bus and stuff is gonna come in through, like, right here. So I don't want it to impede that. One... 2... 3... 4... 5... 6... If I do 8 right here... Here's the problem. I'm too far away from the end result. 1 second. Let's start over here. Let's start back over here again. Hear me out. I know, there's going to be a lot of this back and forth, because this is what I get for, you know. I mean, I can't sit here and just map it out without kind of building and going around. We have a whole lot of space that we need to work with. So if I start here, give us the space. So we do 1, 2, 3. It's Satisfactory. We're here to keep your brain distracted whilst you make the wrong blueprints. Yep, every single time. It's like, well, you placed that in a weird spot. Should probably not have done that. And it'd be like, well, you're right. I probably should not have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then here's my idea, right? So here's my idea. What if, since the inputs go that way, if I then loop it back, then what we'll be able to do, once we loop it back around, is we can loop the outputs from that over to this one, and everything will be fine. That's kind of my plan. That gives us a whole bunch of space over here for, like, the bus and, you know, all that business and all that rot. Everything should be good, in theory. I only need 7 here, because I built 8 over there. What is that, 4? 5. 6. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That is 30 manufacturers right there. Okay. So that, and then here, what we do, right, because the output goes this way, what we can do is we can just loop the the output around. I'm going to have to sit here and connect all of these up, too. That's going to be fun. And the output will go into these things, into a line of these things. Fantastic. All right. We're going to... Let's worry about my... You know... this stuff before I start bothering with that stuff. I should really get an idea of what the nuclear plant's gonna look like with inputs and outputs and the piping and the whatnot. I mean, pipe goes up the middle. So, this actually brings up a good question, because our input and output is all in the same spot, right? So, do I want the output to be easy or the input to be easy? I kind of think I prefer the output to be easy, because it's going to be getting thrown into something else, right? Like, if I'm remembering right, the waste of this goes into something else entirely. So... we're going to want it to be just easier to manage and work with. So the input is going to be the, you know, the simple. Or the input's going to be the complicated one. Which, I think if I do it like this... You know what? No, I don't want... Ooh. This is gonna look really cramped. This needs to go out more. How come it doesn't like that? Like, what is wrong with that? More? Out more? It's like always maintaining a weird little wonky kind of curve to it at some points. You see what I mean? It's like bends back in on itself and whatnot. You know what? There, that's the one that worked. So that's what it's gonna be. We have plenty of room to work with the what's-it, so let's make that happen. That looks really good, actually. That looks cool. That looks good. Then we'll just have the... Oh yeah. And that would scrape right across the top. Look at how close that is. It's going to scrape right across the top. Okay. I like that. All right. I like that little setup. We got room. We got space. We got a cool looking little input-output pipe situation that doesn't look cluttered, right? It doesn't look like it severely overlaps or clips. And we could use mini lift. Mini lift. Look at that mini lift. We'll have to, and then this would go up into that, and away it goes. Now, one downside is this does need to go through, like, all of these. So do I move these over ever so slightly? You're living. Oh, what up, Pug? How's it going? How goes your Wednesday? Ooh, you jump scare. Reminds me, I need to start working on pieces of me editing. I need to start working on that soon. Let's see. I need to do... Yeah, do I move these over, or do I add a line?
I'm gonna get ya!
Murder child. Child murderers. I'm thinking I might just add a line to save myself the rebuilding. Ugh. Like, if I just build another line of this all along here. Swish. Whoop. Ran out of power. Land safely. So that way we can belt everything to the right spot. We'll have to do some sort of splittery situation. We're gonna build, we're gonna put these in place. I gotta remember. Okay, I had a question that I was gonna ask chat today. Now I can't remember what it was. It was something I was talking about yesterday, and I can't for the life of me remember. You knocking. Squidward! Hi, Squidward! Squidward, how's Wednesday? Wednesday? Okay. That's a show I need to watch. I haven't watched Wednesday yet. People have told me it's good. I believe them. But, you know. It is. I believe them. I believe that it's good. I just need to actually sit down and take the time to watch it, I suppose. Why I haven't on... Oh, it's because, you know, no access to Netflix. It's why I don't have, like, ease of access to it. Though that hasn't stopped me before. I forgot I gotta wire these all together. That actually worked out pretty well. Not gonna lie, that was super easy. So now all of those should be, in theory, connected to the grid, yes? So if I were to... In theory, if I were to suddenly fall and break my ankles, all of these would suddenly want recipes. Yep. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. And the recipe is going to be, if I remember right, we are doing... I think we're doing alternative... Yep. Alternative fuel cell casings. No, these are going to be the... This one. This is this one. Because this is the input to the nuclear thing. This is the input to the power plant. The other one that I was looking at, essentially if I look at this thing, this one is going to be in a location just over to the right of here, so that way it makes these things and pumps them into this thing, and these ones are going to be pumping out, you know, these fuel rods, essentially. So we're going to have another facility somewhere, I haven't decided where yet, that's going to be needing to pump all the things that I just got into these things. Now, that means I probably want a gap. We need to still... You know what, maybe... Okay, now that this is connected... Well, I say now that this is connected. It's not connected yet. There's still a lot of connections that need to be made. Namely, everything. Every single belt needs to be connected into this system. And then belts along that way and everything and whatnot. Now, what would happen, and if I'm remembering right, this makes 0.6 per minute. Yep. That means... $45 per minute. Yeah, 45 per minute, which means our 90 nuclear power plants are going to be fine because they only burn... Oh, and these need to be completely over... God damn it. This is why I was like, wait, 0.6 doesn't add up. It's because they all need to be completely overclocked. You know, I probably... I probably should have had those preset into the thing. I didn't. That's my bad. I probably should have put these, well, no, because I use the double man stack for lots of stuff. I use these for a lot of things, though. Fill them in manually, I suppose. We need to fill in our man stacks manually. Nah. Finally got to my rental. Fantastic. Oh yeah, you're out for TwitchCon right now, Squidward. Are you excited? Are you giddy? What are you gonna do at TwitchCon? Wait, who? I've never been to TwitchCon. I've never even really watched anything about TwitchCon. What do they do? Who's gonna be there? Who's doing stuff? I don't know. You know what I mean? Luckily, all of these things seem to be pretty exposed, so I can just, you know, hop in, drop the stuff, and away I go. Though I do need more. I'm excited. Meeting up with various communities of people I watch. Juice is going to be here. Hello, Juice. Tell Juice hello for us. I don't actually know. I've never personally seen him over here, now that I kind of think about it, but that's not, like, you know, necessarily dig at him or anything. It's just kind of one of those. I don't think we've ever seen Juice about, but we support all the same. I can't remember if Maddie was talking about going to, I think he was not going this year. Because of, like, you know, wedding and all that business and all that rot. Also, he's been pumping a lot more attention to YouTube stuff than Twitch stuff, so, you know. The one thing I found out, my rental, is in the path of the flights for the airport. It found that out pretty loud and clear. Is that what I'm hearing? Got that message? All of a sudden you're like, you know, that's gonna be a thing. A buddy of mine used to live, his house actually was under the flight path of one of the, it wasn't the main airport, but it was the smaller airport that basically said, this is where the military planes come when they need to go to the actual airport. So it's like, oh. So it's like a mini airport, but for louder shit. They're like, yeah. One thing they neglected in the comments and stuff on VRBO. Well, you know what? You can be the first to write about it. I would be the first to start talking about it. Be like, look, place is cool and all, but hear me out. Airport. Flight path. Real low to the ground, those planes. Alright, I think my next order of business should honestly be getting that to here. I think we need to get those belts over to here. So to do that, I need to go measure. I need to measure. It's a lot. It's much. Many tiles across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8 of them. Gotta run to the corner store for a few things. Be back in a few. Fantastic. I'll wait right here. I will wait here. And... let me see. Now, all of these are going to need to go up. I also thought about trying to get the wires factory started. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to that right away. Not without this stuff, at least. This is a very tall tower of stuff. Like, why am I losing power? We're gonna put power up along this thing, in fact. I just want to mark where that would be. Okay. So now I have power. Now I can survive going up. And building more wall, apparently. Is 10 more too high? I don't know. Do I care? Meh. Details. Nope, that actually should be about right. Huh. Alright, fantastic. In that case, now we build... What do you mean I'm out of concrete? Give me that shit. Don't give me that nonsense. We have so much concrete. It's actually ridiculous. See, look at all that concrete. Game trying to lie to me. Ooh, no concrete. Call the custard store. Custard. Oh, custard sounds good, actually. Like a good frozen custard right about now. I could go for it. I'm starting to hit that time of the year where I want ice cream. Like, I have this weird... I'm always in this weird mood. When it comes to winter, that's when I want ice cream. Not the summer. Nah, forget that. Summer, when it's like warm outside and everyone's like, man, some nice, cool, refreshing ice cream. No, not for me, Duve. Not for me. When I want ice cream is when it's cold outside and I'm a bit of a nutcase apparently, so... You know, I don't understand why. All I know is that's when it sounds the tastiest. Ooh, this is gonna be cutting it close. Very close. I'm mostly talking about this right here, right? Like... And this should hopefully miss. Like, we're talking barely. By freaking inches, man. Oh my goodness. To shreds, you say. Now I should be able to... Now it is off. It is, in fact, misaligned. But it should not be a problem. Famous last words. I can't wait for this to all of a sudden be an exceptionally annoying problem to have to put up with. But... And... Yeah, barely misses this thing, which is actually kind of an annoyance. Because of its proximity. Because I'm going to need like 4 things traveling into this, but I could have those 4 things just traveling right here into this thing. So I might have the space. It might still work. It might still work. Kind of want to do the... I kind of want to do the conveyor lift cheat. Though I need to line up exactly where all of these things will go. Basically just follows right on the side of this line, huh? Okay. It's right on the side of that line. It means I should be able to go... And I think I need... I think it goes like this. How... I'm trying to remember how you do it. There's... There it is. You just gotta go directly to it. Okay, that's what we'll do. That's what we will do. Then we can get rid of the... Whoops. We can get rid of the platforms later. And what we'll be left with is just a wall of stuff. Can't remember how many of those are gonna be copper. Regardless of how ever many is going to be copper, all of them need to be like this. All of them will need to be all the way to the bottom, because the second layer is only going to go down to like here or something, right? So... Okay, let's... Let's start by bringing everything over. Why did I actually open that up? Alright, game. Calm down now. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Almost done with the base stuff. You know, I completely forgot about the iron over there. Completely forgot about the iron. I was sitting here wondering, like, where's the iron coming from? It's right there. Luckily, it looks like I have room for 3 spaces right here. Exactly 3 spaces, in fact. Whew. That was lucky. You know what? No, planned. I'm not gonna give that, you know, I'm not gonna give that credit to something else. I planned that shit. That was weird that it wanted to curve there for a little bit, but whatever. It seems to have fixed itself and worked itself out. Really that many copper lines? Holy shit. Alright, well, there's that many copper lines then. Now I need to go up and build these. You gotta at least give me the credit that it's gonna look pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like, when it's all said and done, it's gonna look pretty cool to have a giant wall of just, you know, conveyor lifts right there. Whoops. It's about the same place that I screwed up last time. All the way down. All the way up. It's alright, I seem to have found the sweet spot. There it goes. Though this one, going from down to up seems to be a little finicky. Whoops. And regardless, every single time I do this, it clips my taskbar and says, all right, time to push something else. And I'm like, God damn it. No matter if I go up or down, that's just what's happening. Ah, well. Like, look at it. That's actually pretty cool looking. That's pretty cool looking. I used up all of my trigons and all of my crystals. I should go back to the base and just go collect a whole bunch of those things so that way we can be like, all right, let's make sure we have all of our whatsits. So that way I can have all the belts connecting up into the giant, you know, tower, going up and creating a belt highway into the next base. Run back and just collect more stuff. But that means I gotta go all the way to the generator base to get time crystals. No, the train just got here. God damn it. All right, hold on. Maybe I can. Got it. Whew. Nailed it. Nailed it just in time. I was like, maybe I can use the belt and get myself over there fast enough. Sure did. It worked out fabulously. Oh. Though I'm not going to have the momentum to, you know, get to fly into the what's-it. But, you know, who needs it? Who needs it? Let me get rid of that thing, because that doesn't need to be right there no more. Boop, there we go. Send back. Whoop. Alright, we'll grab a whole bunch of time crystals, and then we'll just, you know, get back up on top of the tower in time for the train to be arriving, and we'll just get back. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. I just need to get these fast enough. It feels like I'm, you know, it feels like I'm very slow, but the reality is I am covering over quite a distance pretty quickly. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. $16 is probably enough for right now. Let's see. Just gotta remember 16. 16 is what I grabbed for the crystals, which is enough to finish building my double man stacks. But, you know, we're not gonna build those right now. We're gonna finish the wall of items, the wall of stuff. I just have to travel so far sometimes. Gotta go so back and forth all over the place. Oh well. Oh well, what are you gonna do? My train disappeared. There it is. Oh, water. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Come on, chew. Swap that in real fast. So that way I can just, you know, ease of access. Goddamn browser. My browser's being mean to me again. I can't wait to actually sleep today. I know that's not a phrase that usually comes out of me, but it's true. It's true. I am exceptionally tired. Listen, I don't know if you were here for that part. So, I had a... Who are you? Oh, I never said I would sleep. I just said I want to. There's a difference. No, I had someone contact me for some 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I had someone contact me about a like little freelance editing job, and essentially made $100 in 3 hours. So I was pretty happy about it. But it did mean being up through the night to get that project done, because I'm like, you know, they seemed to want it pretty effectively quickly, and I was like, you know what, sure, why the hell not? So I just stayed up and got it done. Most of the time last night was sunk into discussing with this person through email, here's what you want, right? And they're like, you know, so we had to go back and forth, understand what they wanted, and then be like, cool. And then I did it in like 3 hours and was like, here you go. You know. Yeah, but under the circumstances, it's just worth it. Yep. Absolutely worth. It's like there's money at the end of the... It's actually like $96 after PayPal takes their cut of the money transfer, but, you know, it's details. You know, minor quibbles, as it were. It's one of those things like, cool, I still made, you know, 96 monies for one night's work. I'm not gonna complain. I need to make sure all these things are actually going up here. Like, these are actually connecting the way they're supposed to, right? Why did those suddenly just start reversing? Am I the only one to notice that? That was weird. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that there was money involved yesterday. There was money on the line. And I, being a man of, you know, of needing money, was like, all right, I'm gonna get this done. Someone was willing to pay me. I was willing to accept. Okay, so stuff is actually going up. That's fantastic news. Let's see. I was talking about it earlier. It sounded like maybe a college student needing, because it was like a very scripted, like, it had stuff to do with like business ethics and the whatnot. Why on earth is that one reversed? Oh, because it's sideways. But, you know. Whatever. I'm back. Welcome back, Squidward. Well, I guess paying someone to do the work rather than AI is ethical, so... I don't know if it was actually for, like, a grade, though. I think it's... Well, even if it was, it's like, it's a presentation of, like, even if they still gathered the information and just wanted it in video form, it's like... You know, it's not like they didn't do... It's not like I did the research, right? I just put the thing together. They handed me what they had. Wanted some... there was, like, some stock footage stuff they wanted. That they asked about if I could do stock footage. I'm like, yeah. And so... Hence why I think it was... someone who can't afford to get the stock footage that they wanted. Fine, I'm just gonna go from the top. This thing wants to be that picky about it. We're just gonna go from the top. It's annoying me, though. Because of this nonsense. I encourage my students to give their writing to someone else to read it, so I see no foul play. If it's one of those things where they're like, hey, I did the research. Essentially, all they're asking me to do is put it in, you know, a video presentation form. Which, fine. I mean, I've had weirder requests, so... Line up. Line it up. Did the waiter request involve a cup or a bowl of some sort? No, but it did require some online cough cough research. If you get my meaning. I think everyone gets my meaning. All I'm saying, I don't know who these people are or how they get money. But damn do they. But they have money. Yeah, I don't know how they get it, but they have it. And they're willing to give it to me. And I have no shame. So, you know, what am I going to tell them? Yeah, no, that's weird. I'm going to look at it and say, here's the dollar amount. And they're going to be like, cool. I've not seen you blush, so I believe it. Look. What do I need shame for? You know what I mean? Like... Oh, come on. Line up properly. There you go. It's one of those things where it's like, hey. Might be weird to somebody out there. But they have the money. And I'm not going to argue with the people with the money. What do these people do? Are they all in IT or some shit? Is that the running joke? Is that, oh, this is just, you know, everyone in IT is essentially running the furry community? Not to call out the furries or to even, like, you know, even assume or shame, which I'm not. I shame nobody. What is it, this high? Is it that high? How high does this go? Oh, that might be a bit too high. Let me try something. Or is that spot on? Spot on. Nail it. Yep. The internet is run by furries, yes. See? It's like... And again. They're the ones with the money. So, you know. What am I gonna do? Tell them no? I think one of my... You remember, anybody who's old enough, remember the age of webcomics essentially needing their own website to, you know, post their stuff on because there wasn't a place to do that? One of the webcomics I used to read all the time, I think he quit making Penny Arcade, 8-bit, etc. Yep, Lots of them. Lots. I had a bunch that I had like my own little bookmark tab with just webcomics to keep up with. It was basically like my newspaper funnies. But regardless, I'm getting away from the point. The point is, I think it was the author of Video Game Cats, full on just admitted, he's like, look, guys, the webcomic is what I love doing, but porn pays better. So he was like, I'm not going to do the webcomic anymore. I'm just going to do this. And this is back in the day when that was still kind of like the growing trend. But you know what? You got to respect the hustle. Like, if that's where the money is, and that's what I think he was just saying. He's like, he just kept getting commission requests for that instead. And he's like, sure. There you go. They should take the same angle that actors do. 3 for the bills, 1 for me. Living the dream, as it were. Oh, these are all facing the wrong frickin' direction. God damn it. Also, I should make sure that that actually lines up. Yep, sure does. Conveyor Lift Simulator. That's what I'm playing right now. Still haven't found any decent scary movies either. I'm disappointed. Like, I was looking for scary movies to watch. I still haven't found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Luckily, I have a 7 right here. Halloween just ain't what it used to be. It really isn't, and I'm, like, saddened by it. Like, the only fun, scary thing I can think of been like, oh, this would be fun to do for the holiday season is go to, like, one of those haunted house attractions. But those have never scared me. They've always just made me laugh. And the problem with those is they are getting expensive to operate. Like, they are getting so expensive to go to these days that I'm over here like, I don't know if I want to, like, you know, throw that kind of money at an experience that, no offense, is a rather cheap one. You know what I mean? Did I not build enough thing? No, I did. I was just pointing it the wrong direction. Now, why aren't you facing the right way? I've learned that if I overextend, I can trick the game window. All I want is, like, you know, all I want this holiday season is, like, a good scary movie or a show or something without having to go revisit something I've already seen, you know? Like, I thought about, well, I could go watch, like, American Horror Story or something, but I'm like, I don't want to necessarily revisit that kind of stuff. I kind of want something new. I'm willing to go revisit the classics, the stuff that I consider classics as far as, like, you know, horror goes. Like, good example, like, I watched The Thing, I want to say last week, and it's just so good. The Thing is John Carpenter's The Thing. Sorry. I need to clarify because, you know, it's based off of an older property. But it's such a good classic scary. Like, the practical effects are on point. The suspension, the tension between characters. It's all just, you know. It's such a solid film. Ugh. So some of the classics like that, I'll go back to. I'll watch those. Like, I'll watch the first Saw film. I don't really much care for anything past the first one. I think the first one got it right, and then they squeezed the hell out of that lemon, if you know what I mean. Like, you know, that poor movie lemon was so battered after that franchise, you know, just kind of kept going that it honestly probably shouldn't have. I think 2 was still good, 3 was okay, 4, well, you know, stop at 3. Yeah, I mean, 2 had its moments. 3 also had some decent moments. Here's the really, really sad part, because I've seen the whole series, right? I've watched all of it, because, you know, you can't criticize it if you haven't seen it all. The initial ending where they tied it all back to, like, the first one and everything, had it happened earlier, I would have been happy. What up, Choppa? All of what? I'm talking about scary movies. And I was talking about the Saw franchise. Like, I don't really much care to, like, revisit certain things unless I consider them, like, a classic every holiday season, right? Like, it's Halloween season. I want to watch some scary movies. And, like, I rewatched John Carpenter's The Thing. Nightmare on Elm Street's always a classic. Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3 are good ones. And I was talking about I'll watch the first Saw film, but I won't really continue. Because, you know, I think the first one's the best one, and kind of what Ilster was saying, it's like, the second one was still good. Third one was, and then, you know, just full stop. But anyway, because I've seen all of them, and I think had they ended it the way that they ended it, as they intended to end it, where they tied the first one back into the later stuff and everything, if they had done that at movie 4, it would have been like, it's done. It's fantastic. Everyone would have loved it. But no, they just had to make like 8 of those goddamn things. And now they're still making them. There's what, like 11 now? I can't remember. Just found out there's a speakeasy right down the street from my place. Gasp. Speakeasy, you say? Where is TwitchCon even at? Where do they host that at? Also, Choppa, how goes your Wednesday? Wednesday? Let me make sure I'm lining that up right. Nope, I'm not. I sure wasn't. Oh, I can connect. Oh, okay. That's going to make my life so easy. It travels, but right now, they have like a 5-year deal in San Diego. Oh, gotcha. Off work finally. My mini weekend starts now. Ooh, you got an early weekend? Wait, do you have to like... So it's a mini weekend. Do you have to go back to work over the weekend or something? Like, it's only Wednesday, so if you get like a Thursday, Friday off, but then you got to go back on Saturday. Or do you get Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you go back Sunday? I have tomorrow off. Okay, so you get like a Thursday off, then you go back Friday, and then you get a weekend? I can see how that might not be the worst thing. How do you like our tower of stuff? Our tower of moving things. This whole jumble of everything is going to move up there. Back on Friday, then weekend. Sounds like a plan. That would be the most miserable Friday ever. Be like, man, I was so close. I was home, goddammit. Looks awesome. This is my... Here, I'll give you a short tour. Silica, quartz, concrete, iron, deuterium, copper. That's a lot of copper. 360 machines of copper, baby. It's all gonna go over there for the nuclear power plant. The big, giant nuclear power plant. Which I still haven't really, you know, got very far in. But we will. We will, goddammit. I'm just gonna go collect more stuff. Is that enough copper? Yes. It is. Let me get my numbers right again. That is... That's not right. It's down here. I was about to say, I was like looking at the number and I'm like, that's not the right number. 31,500 copper ingots per minute? How did I get up here? Huh. Train. Why can't I go down? I broke something, guys. I broke something. I'm not allowed to go down. I can suddenly go down. All right. I don't know what I broke. I don't know what I broke, but I did. I can suddenly go down now. That was weird. Button stuck? I don't know. It scared me for a second. Just C wasn't working. It was only up time. Speaking of which, I need to play that only up cat version. I need to get that in the planning. But next week is going to be all kinds of fun. Next week, we're playing Silent Hill F. We're playing the new Silent Hill game next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Full stop. Did you spill maple syrup on the keyboard? Ooh. I don't think so. But now you really make me want, like, waffles. It really makes me want to play waffles. Play waffles. Eat waffles. I can word. I want waffles. I'm hungered now. Specifically waffles. Not pancakes this time. Normally I'm down for either a pancake or waffle situation, but thinking on it, waffles sound better. Yeah, Silent Hill F is next week. We're going to play it. It's going to be fun. I'm going to, get some good content for some YouTube stuff to edit and post up. Pancakes are meh. I mean, pancakes can be good in the right setting and with the right materials involved. Like, if you get you get your pancakes set up where it's like, maybe some chocolate chips mixed in with the pancake batter. Then you have some bananas to put on top with some fresh whipped cream or something. Sure, we can talk. But just pancakes, butter and maple syrup, I gotta be in the right mood. I gotta be in the right mood for that, and waffles hit better. Waffles, just maple syrup, butter, and waffle is always better than the same ingredients on pancake. I'm just saying. Generally speaking. I'm going to make very broad general assumptions on that. I don't want to be wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Back to that. Okay. The only way I can ever be wrong is if I say things with, definitive answers. If I ever give a definitive answer, that's the only time I can be wrong. So if I never give a definitive answer and I just say, I like this and that's just me, I can never be wrong. Though someone will find a way to disagree with me. I'm sure. Alright, train, where are you? Hopefully... Yeah, alright, you're on your way back. Fantastic. The train's on its way back. We'll get there. No, the train left again? Oh, did I miss the train? God damn it. I thought the train was on its way back. There's no way I got all that stuff before it even made it back on the first try. This must be its second pass. Oh well. The customer is always right in matters of taste. Yep. I mean, the amount of people who misquote that. Look, I worked in retail for a long time. People always used to come at me with that one. Be like, well, the customer's always right. Be like, bitch, read the whole quote. Like, I learned about that quote in high school. And I was like, this is a life-changing, bit of information. Everyone. Everybody. Especially there's, you know, he's usually older. He's white. He's balding and graying, but he's really trying to hold on to his youth by keeping that hair, and you can, like, see right through it kind of situation. Sometimes he wears a baseball cap. Sometimes he doesn't, but he's always wearing a polo shirt and some variation of either dress pants or khaki shorts. Chad? I can't see through Chad's hair. I mean, but I described this person, and everybody who's ever worked retail knows exactly the person I'm talking about, who walks up to the self-checkout station at the Walmart and goes, "My coupon's not working," and demands that somebody comes and helps him, and then someone comes and helps him and says, "Bro, you gotta go over to those lines, you know, to make it work," and he just gets so upset. It's either that, or he's like a diehard, I will never use a self-checkout ever in my goddamn life. And he's never happy. Also, Chad called me out on the on the fireside today for death battle. I was just sitting there chilling, and Chad was like, "No, I'm putting my foot down on this idea," and I'm like, "Man, Chad's always averse to fun," and I get called out, and he's like, I'm like, "All right, fine, you can win this round." The death battle chat. Like, I don't expect you to read mine every single time. Especially when it's like, you know, he wasn't even the one. I think Ben caught it, was like, yeah, Chad's averse to fun. Because he didn't want to make the cool shirt. I would have been like, that's a cool shirt. I would have bought that shirt. I'm a diehard no self-checkout. But I'm an easygoing shopper. I like my self-checkout, but, like, again, I worked in retail for years. Like, management and everything. I am probably the easiest going customer that anybody is ever going to have any kind of interaction with in a retail space. Why did this not connect? That was weird. That was weird. I work at U-Haul. Ooh. Yeah. So you probably get your own fair share of, you know, get a load of this weirdo. That's it. You know what? Working in, like, a self-storage facility, that would probably suck. Alright, it seems like I can trick the... I can trick the game, apparently, by just backing it up a little bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Working in a self-storage facility would also be awful. Be like, nah, I'll pass, thanks. I will adamantly refuse to ever work in you know, food retail ever again. God, no. Like, you can't pay me enough to go back to that shit. Unless we're talking, like, you know, I'm getting paid what a manager at, like, In-N-Out gets paid, which, if you've never looked up what a manager at In-N-Out gets paid to work this stressful goddamn job that they do, it's understandable why people want that job. I think it's like, I think starting is like $150,000 a year, and it can only go up from there. So, although every customer my coworkers deem difficult, I have no problem with. I kind of had a similar thing. I think people can still look up some of the reviews, actually. So, because I managed this pizzeria for 10 years, right? I managed this place for 10 years. And I kid you not, I was that manager that every customer either loved or hated. There was no real middle ground, because the people who knew me, the real customers, my usuals, my regulars, my whatever, they would be like, yeah, we will defend this guy to the teeth because he takes care of us and he's just like a casual dude who, I don't bullshit, right? I don't give people to run around or whatever. I'm just going to be like, I'm going to tell it to people straight. And a lot of my customers liked that. A lot of the younger customers were like, man, this guy is so rude and he's awful and I'm never shopping here again. And I'm just over here like, okay. Like, you're not going to hurt my feelings, I promise. The amount of people who so desperately thought that, you know, they could get somewhere with me by pulling shit like that, I'm like, it's really not gonna work. But they try. Lord knows they try. I think if I do it like that, yeah. I was the fun manager. Like, I say fun. What I really mean is, like, you know, I run a tight ship, but I had employees who were like, no, like, the only reason I'm staying on with this job is because you're here and it's a chill gig. And I'm like, yep. Let's see, if I just keep this going, we can get this part done. Once I have at least some idea about where some of this stuff is going to start falling through on the other side, then we will have the ability to start building some more building. That one was being exceptionally difficult. All right. All of our stuff is working in the belts. The wall of stuff apparently does transfer everything. This is great news for us. Fantastic news, in fact. Now let's just, you know, place this along everywhere so that way we can travel the thing. Bring this all the way down. Only for building. Only for building. I think I'll remove this power line later, because we already have power going over here. So I don't need to keep it around. I just want it for, you know, ease of access when I'm building. So if I gotta build the belt highway all the way down to here, that's gonna take me a minute. I also need to build the... Oh, damn it. I need to build the... same sort of structure over here so we can do the same thing with our giant conveyor lifts. Which I should go get rid of those platforms now to make it look better. Get rid of the platform to make it look even better. It'll look nice and seamless. Bam. Look at that. Look at that. Alright, let's not accidentally clip anything to make it so I have to redo anything. Bam. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty cool. It looks pretty good. Now we can worry about bringing all of this over to there. Because this is all of the iron I need, all the concrete, all the silica, all the quartz, all of the deuterium, and all the copper. And I believe the only things we're missing are sulfur, coal, and... Let me remember. I need to look at the map. My blueprint, my giant schism. Uranium, of course, and water. And that's it. So we get water, coal, sulfur, and uranium, of course. And everything's handled. And everything will be done, and everything will look good. Oh, holy hell, I'm a yawning mess. I'm an actual yawning mess of everything. So, let me now figure out do I want... I think I do. Actually, so we have some of our double man stacks here that are going to be making the actual fuel rods. So the fuel rods will go into the system. They'll go that way. We will need to build another 15 of these things. I might just do it in the same sort of pattern here. That's going to be using, if I remember right, you know, I could just build one and look. You know, maybe, hold on, you know what? I am going to just do it in the same exact pattern here. We're going to do it in a similar fashion because everything is going to come through in the same sort of system where all of a sudden we suddenly say, hey, now we got to do this. So this is going to use some of our silica, deuterium wire, sulfur, and uranium. Because it's going to be making these things. And if I'm remembering right, these are going to use... It's going to make 50 per minute. That's a lot. Which means that's... $150 encased uranium cells per minute, which I believe cause radioactive whatnot. Yep, and that's the staticky thingy right there. But then they go into this thing and they, you know, make this thing, and then they go into this thing and everything's fine. Everything's peachy. Then they go into that system and everything works great. Nobody complains about nothing. But we do need to, we can't, you know, turn that function on until we have a way to turn the waste into something. The only way to turn the waste into something is to make more cells further down the line and then, you know, burn those things. And so much to do. So I can't even turn this system on, first and foremost, until it's actually all done and connected to the way that it should be and wants to be. Followed by having cells later on that are actually syncable, which is, let me get this right. So after fuel rods, it turns waste into non-fissile uranium, turns into cells, then turns into another fuel rod. And I could, only once I get those 4 steps done, we could, in theory, turn these systems on and get power. Like, power enough to keep that plant going. And then we could start working on some of the other stuff, which, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we're reaching our capacity pretty damn quick. We are reaching our max capacity real soon here. Which scares me, because I'm not even close to done. I'm not even close to getting these things turned on. So, I guess my question is the cell syncable? Like, if I were to sync these, can I sync this? Mildly radioactive. Yeah, mildly. Moderately radioactive. I know that the fuel rods are syncable. Like, we can sync the fuel rods. But I don't know if I can sync cells. Can you sync? Let me look. Let's see. Rods, okay, cells cannot be sunk. Rods need to be sunk. Oof. Alright. Which means, yeah, the process basically looks like, okay, then we make the encased uranium cells, they go into the fuel rods. The fuel rods come over here, and they will produce just radioactive waste. Radioactive waste then gets combined with nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and silica to make non-fissile uranium. Non-fissile uranium just gets, put into aluminum casings to make the encased plutonium cells. The plutonium cells get mixed with a pressure conversion cube to make plutonium fuel rod. The plutonium fuel rod will then go into another 80 nuclear power plants, which will be combined with water to make plutonium waste. Plutonium waste gets mixed with the singularity cells and dark matter residue to make fixonium, and the fixonium gets sunk. That's the plan. Now, I could... So in other words, if I want to turn this system on, if I wanted to turn these nuclear power plants, all 90 of these nuclear power plants on, in order to say, we've got plenty of power, we need to be 3 steps ahead of that in order to turn it on. Which means, yeah, all for the sync, yep. All that fixonium just to sync some stuff. So I need to be, if I wanted to turn on these, okay, like, here, Choppa, I'll explain. So, you see these 6 nuclear towers? It's not going to be 6. it's going to be 90. And then that 90 will pump out a residue. And then the residue is going to be turned into something else, which gets turned into something else, which gets packed, which then makes another plutonium rod. That rod will go into 80 more things. So I have 170 nuclear towers here, and I've done all the math. All of the math should check out. That's why we have, like, metric ton of copper and whatnot to be able to do all of this. And a bunch of other materials. Between those two, let me get that number right again. 500, 1,063,000 power per second? 1,063,000 power. And that's the goal. Like, that's what we're trying to go for. So, here, I'll show you the grand plan real fast. 1 second. Let me just boop. All right, here's the schematic, right? Here's the grand schematic. We're going to zoom in on this bit. So, right up here is what I'm about to make. We're about to make 30 machines that make the encased uranium cells. The encased uranium cells then get pumped into these other 30 that I already built to make the fuel rods. Those fuel rods go into, these things and produce 562,500 power. But because it makes waste, we need to be to this point. So I need to make all of this plus these steps in order to turn on this system right here. What up, Tuscan? Ag, the furry network contacted me. For your slights earlier, your internet will be degraded for 1 week. Aww. I didn't slight them. I gave them material sometimes. Silly furries. This is what happens when they have all the money and power. That's all I'm saying. This is what happens when they get all the power. Also, I'm looking at a thing here, and I'm realizing that I need more oil than I thought I had in this area. Uh-oh. I need a lot more oil in this area than I thought. Shit. I was working off of this number. I was like, oh, cool. I can get all my oil from just these little areas. Because it's like all the oil that I need. Nope. Not right at all. Not right in the least bit. All right. Ilsider's head to bed. Good night, y'all. Good night, Ilsider. Sleep well. I know it is... Oh, what a day. You know what I mean? What a day. Toscan, how goes your Wednesday? How goes the Wednesday? Where am I gonna get 2,000 oil in this goddamn place? Is there even enough oil in this zone? Now that I think about it, let me find out real fast. I need the calculator. 1 second. Let me see. Okay, so we have 600 plus 600, which some of that's going to get used. I have another 900 there, plus another 2, that's 6, 750. Okay, we are pushing it, actually. I am 14, 15 oil short. God damn it. We are 15 oil short, unless I go all the way over there. Okay, looks like we're going all the way over there. What zone you in? I don't know what it's called. The red desert's that way, and I'm in the really pretty spot. I'm in the really pretty zone. You know what I mean? Like, there is an extra 600 further that way that we can get. So it is probably better to use as many of the impure nodes here for the really simple stuff, like the rubber and plastic. The rubber and plastic... I'm up here, Choppa. So, there's 2 pure nodes right here. There's some, like, normal and some impure and normal, whatnot, scattered about. And then there's some more over here. So, we're gonna have to go use all of it. Yeah, there's a few over here. So, we're gonna have to use all of it in order to make this work, because I need 2,000 oil in order to make the diamonds, in order to make enough time crystals. No, that's dark matter residue. That's dark matter crystals, sorry. To make 400 dark matter crystals to make enough singularity cells to make enough Fixonium. That's a problem for another time, because that basically... that oil and the whatnot doesn't go into anything other than Fixonium. So I could turn these machines on before I have to worry about that oil, which is a huge benefit. Funny enough, I don't have to worry about a lot of iron stuff for a minute either. But we do have a whole host. Nope, there's another 150 right there. Yep, okay, we are using quite literally all of the oil around here. We are using all of it. Okay. All of the oil in this whole biome is going to get used in some way. I still need to figure out how to get hydrogen over here. Ooh, I forgot about hydrogen. What did I just shift? I need a lot. Is that connected to this one? Did I connect those two together? I sure did. Oh no. 4,900 nitrogen gas per minute. See, this is why I opt for picking some simple stuff from time at first, right? Like, let's just get the infrastructure in place. Oh, Talscan, here, I'll show you the tower of stuff we did. We made a tower of stuff. It's not done yet, but it will be. It will be later. Tower of stuff? Mm-hmm. Remember our giant bus line? Well, we made a tower of it to get it up to here. And it looks pretty damn cool, I'm not gonna lie. It looks really cool. Like, all one giant piece. One giant thingy. All the way up. Some of them doubled up. But I think at a distance it looks really cool. Very pretty. Mm-hmm. Very pretty. If I go a little distant, I think that's where it, like, yeah, that kind of... See, something like that looks really pretty cool. But that's all of these materials from over here on a highway going that direction. So much stuff. Yeah. And imagine when it's all turned on and actually pumping out all that stuff on a need basis, right? Like, when all this stuff is actually running at full capacity and this is pumping out 38,000, copper ingots per minute just to make this all function, it's gonna look cool. Everything will be moving. Everything will be rocking around. But we're starting to get some of our logistics stuff built, meaning these things. Like, this is making our fuel rods for the first rows of nuclear towers. And so we're getting stuff. Now, holy crap, the concrete. I know, look at it. Isn't it great? It goes further than I think the eye is willing to allow as well. I think it stops loading a little bit over there. But lots of stuff. We will pave the world. Parking structure planet. Yeah, parking structure planet. Somebody tell me they know that reference. Somebody tell me they know the parking structure planet reference. Or I'm gonna feel old. I don't want to feel old. Sounds Futurama. I mean, it is a futuristic show, for whatever that's worth. It's a future style-y show, but it was Invader Zim. It was episode 1, or yeah, I think it was episode 1 of Invader Zim. Doom song time. I don't have the pipes nor the time. I get lucky. Pave paradise and put up a parking lot. Need to watch more of that. More of Invader Zim? Invader Zim's great. I loved Invader Zim. I still have all of them on DVD somewhere. I don't know where the DVDs are, but I know I have them. Anyway, so let's build these structures. More double man stacks. We need, what is this? 14 more double man stacks to, yep, 14. To get the, these are the ones making the cells. Then the cells will basically just output right into these systems here. Because the outputs go this way and that way. In that case, we'll probably do the output circle around that way and come back into this one, because it's going to be one of the ingredients to go into all of these. One among many. And then we'll just place. Is that right? Yep. About damn perfect. Sweet. I'm going to get rid of that one because it interferes with this bit. Yeah. But these all technically have power connected into them. Well, some of them do. These don't. But they will. There we go. Now, we can connect these all up to power. Which starts... Where the hell did it... And then we'll just connect this like this, and now all of these should have power. Sweet. Let's copy that. Start pasting it into all the machines. We're gonna have to go down and put it into these ones as well. Do I have enough room to... Yeah, we got enough room down here to fly through. Navigate our way. And we're gonna have to put power cells in all of these. Power shards, whatever. But that is 2 systems ready. I say ready. They still need a whole lot of belt work to work, but you know, like, it's making this stuff which goes into these ones. That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make here. And then output-wise, we can at least connect the outputs together. I should start on this side because of what I'm going to need to do. That's just one of those moments of everything was going great until suddenly it wasn't. Everything was going great until suddenly it wasn't. There we go. And then this output is going to go into those machines. To make stuff. Fantastic. I mean, we are going to have to belt up this entire... You know, all of these are going to need to be connected eventually. Right now is maybe not the time for that. But I will at least get this output connected. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. So that would go there. So everything that this system makes goes into this system to make other stuff. So now what do I want to make? Now what do I want to start thinking about needing? We are going to need a large chunk of space for wire and whatnot. Do I want to start making wire? We're going to need, if I'm remembering right, not a lot of copper. Not a lot of copper wire, funny enough, but lots of caterium. Lots of caterium. I think I only need, if I'm remembering, let's just go back and look. If I go back and look, I only need 12 machines making copper wire. Not bad. But we need 47 machines making caterium wire. So, quick wire. We're going to be making a lot of quick wire. Because, let's see, quick wire is going into what exactly? Quick wire is going into infused uranium cells. It's going into circuit boards, and it's going into AI limiters. And high-speed connectors. Okay. So, yeah. We're going to need a lot of that. So, while I'm over here, while we're over in this section, and we have the caterium and the copper coming from there, is this a good spot for that many machines of wire? I think it might be. I think it might be a pretty decent little spot for that. It's only using some. How much wire is, or how much copper is that using? That's using 4 lines. Not quite 4 lines of copper. And then the residual is going to have to go back into the bus system, right? So it's like 4,340. You know, it's a weird ass number, but that's basically using 4 lines. No. Yeah. Because each line is 1,200. So that's going to be using 4 lines, and then the rest of it is going to get funneled into somewhere else. How much caterium is that as well? It's only 860 caterium. I think I started to get a plan built somewhere. There it is. Now, the annoying part, the really annoying part, is... Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. I have a blueprint of... We can just do like a... You know. Whoops. We'll use this as a quick example. Say I want to make the... Where the hell is it? Do I not have the fused quick wire alternate recipe? Hold up. I'm calling some nonsense there. It doesn't... There it is. Fused quick wire. Bam. Okay. Now then. Back to what I was saying. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using this recipe here. Fused quick wire. 90 per minute, which means I can only, and no, that's wrong, that's incorrect, 225 per minute per machine, which means I can only build 5 of these to connect at a time, and we're going to have 5 lines of, no, more than that, a lot of lines. Oh, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 9 lines of quick wire. So 9 9 lines of quick wire that are going to need to be, you know, carried off to all sorts of different places. That's a lot. So, what I'm probably going to do, before I do much of anything else, is rebuild some of this system. So let's rebuild, or not rebuild, let's just build a a 5-unit assembly. We're gonna need 5 of these. Two, 3, 4. 5. Okay. No, that's gonna really get in the way. There. There. Surround myself with those for a second. Okay. So that means each one of these systems gonna be doing this. Okay. Now I need to get the input-output set up. Which is actually not too difficult, so we're gonna have splitters. Ooh, I need to decide what direction do I want them going. I want them going that way. Because I have an idea. I'm gonna basically do the same thing right here, where we're gonna say, hey, see if I go like that. Mini lift. Can I bring that one lower? I think I can. I can do that. Squeak! What up, Shiny Gecko? How's it going? How goes your building? Yeah, I think I can do that. Saves a little bit of space. It's not gonna hurt belt lines at all. Mini lift. I like mini lift. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. So then we just, you know, replicate this ad nauseum. bam. Shell bam. Don't start using uranium until you can refine nuclear waste. Today is my dad's birthday. Happy birthday, Shiny Gecko's dad. Happy birthday. Also, yeah, we've already talked about it. We've started discussing what needs to be done. So, like, we can't turn those power plants on until we're like 3 steps ahead of the next thing, because we need to make another plutonium fuel rod in order to sink it. Waste, we already have a plan for. So the nuclear waste is going to go into making, what's it called? Non-fissile uranium. Non-fissile uranium gets plugged into making plutonium cells. Plutonium cells become plutonium fuel rods, and away we go. So that's the 3 steps we need to be ahead of in order to turn these nuclear power plants on. It's gonna work great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Yeah, I'm learning as I go, which is messy. I've been preparing. I've been trying to prepare for all of these instances coming up. So we kind of have a plan. We kind of have a plan in place, you know what I mean? It's like... where the hell did that go? Oh, okay, it did connect to the right thing. It did not look like it wanted to connect to the right thing. I was pretty sure that that was gonna be a problem. It's not a problem. We are working in very confined space. That looks good. And so now these should be producing, if I'm remembering right, each one of these systems now produces 1,125 quick wire per minute. And we can supplement all of them in each other. So that way they all have, you know, a amount. I mean, I don't think anything needs 1,200 per minute. I don't think, but I might be wrong. No, lots of stuff need. Let me see. No for that one. No for that one. I mean, more than, but no. Hell yeah. Ooh. That's rough. We're gonna have to find a way to make that work, because I need like 5,600 for the encased uranium. Or the, yeah, encased uranium cells. So, we're gonna have to figure out how to make that work later. This one needs... No, just in 2 different quantities. No, actually, I think we're good. I think... Let me get this straight. 1 line. 2 line. And some extra. 3, 4 line. 5 line. Yeah, 9. Nailed it. All right. Fantastic. So, I'm looking at my thing, and it's like, yeah, 9 lines with a little bit extra in a couple of spots. So, can easily try to make that supplement itself in and, you know, work itself out. It'll be fine. So, inputs, outputs, all in a row. Fantastic. Okay. We are gonna need... another thing about these systems is this is gonna be a little wonkers because I'm gonna need for... 4,800. Yeah, we're going to have 500 extra copper here, which means I need to now start figuring out how I'm going to divide it because I can't do it in 3s. It needs to be in 2s with some extra. So that means I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Then all the extras go into the supplementals. So yeah, okay. It'll be kind of like what we did before, back at the copper thing, right? Where we're like, okay, 1,200 and then some. 1,200 and then some. 1,200 and then some. Like, one line of copper goes into 2 of these and then some. And we will make that work. Because then if I do, so 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, and then all of the residuals go into the other line, then all of our extra output can get redirected back into a line on the bus, and we'll be fine. Fantastic. Okay. So this is... Oh, that's power. Power. We are going to make life easier on ourselves when it comes to power. I'm not going to do a single power pole for each of them. I'm going to do one shonker Do I need even the chonker? Do I need to do the chonker? I don't think I need to do the chonky bit. I think I can get away with, I think I can get away with a 7, because it's only going to connect to a power. We're going to do it like this, because this is basically going to be the start point, and I'm just going to connect it to a line of power, and that's it. So it's not going to connect up to another line somewhere else where we're using up all 7. We're just going to use 6. Okay, this looks fantastic. Okay. Whew. Used to messy learning. I mean, look at what we're doing. We act like what we're doing is, you know, clean and efficient. It's a bit messy. This is... fused quick wire. Scroll, where's my quick wire part? Where's my quick wire? Did I skip it? Did I miss it? No? There it is. Yes. I was about to say, it's like, that's already being used. You know what? Take it over. Take it over. Okay, so now I need to decide where I want to build these things. I kind of want to build them over here. And I'm going to need 4 lines of that copper to come this direction. It kind of sucks that it's on that side of the whatever, but, you know, we'll make it work. I'll make it work, so we're going to have the inputs come from this side, and I will build them right here. We'll build kind of... as I said, you know. I just need to make sure I'm going to have enough space. I should have enough space. We got plenty of space for 9 lines of something, right? Definitely. Definitely have enough space for more lines of something. Oop. Bring some power along. Now, how many of these lines did I say I needed again? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 lines of this, and then only a line of 2. So, 1, 2, 3... 4. 5. 6. 7. Whoops. 8. 9, and then a little extra. Those all line up nicely. Yeah, they do. Looking good there, everybody. All right. Now, some of these lines are going to need to go into that system right... That system? That system. Which system? That system. That system right there. Which will be tricky. Because I believe I need 5,625. What's that math come out to? 5,625 divided by 15, 375 per machine. So what if I divide that by 5? 5. Okay, so every 5... No. Six lines. 6 lines need to go into that thing. And that's 1,125. Each one of these makes 225 times 5. 1,125. Hot damn. Okay, the numbers come out perfect. It comes out wonderfully. Okay, so how many lines did I say? 5? 6. 6 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many lines am I making? Each one of these produces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 lines all go into that thing. These 3 lines and then some go off and do other stuff. Fantastic. Oh, yeah. Oh, Soka. Soka's back. Hi, Soka. Welcome back. Esper's been sleeping under the blanket on my bed again. She's such a cat, you know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, so. How was I gonna do... Oh, I still need the one more and then some. So let me make the one more and then some. Here's the then some. Yeah. Need to remember how I'm gonna do this bit. How am I gonna do this bit? Okay, I gotta remember how I'm gonna do the swoopy bits. So, if I need 4,000, it's 4,300, essentially 40. We'll just, round up. So, 4,340 divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Divide that by 1,200 means I need 3.6 lines. 3.6 is annoying, but okay. So I need 1, 2, 3. So I need 1, 2, 3.6, and then everything gets put into an overflow system that flows into each other and into those ones at the very, very end. So kind of like what we did over there. Okay. We can make that work, I think. Means I'm gonna need like smart splitters and whatnot. I might need another singular ledge right here. Just to make sure I have enough space here. Goodbye, nature. Alright. That should give me enough space, I think. Maybe. Question mark. If I do... How much of the... I only need 867 of the Caterium to fill this entire thing. So we don't need a lot of that. So one of our Caterium lines will essentially get a smart splitter, or just a splitter, I guess, off of the belt line to go into this. But 3 4 lines are going to go off of this thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then everything extra will get funneled through the system into the overflow. Let me make sure I'm not like overburdening the system. So if I did 878, let's see, 468. It's actually 460. Okay, 469. 469 plus 469 is 938. So 938 goes into 2 systems. Those 2 systems. Hold on. I'm going to bring you guys to this thing so you see what I'm kind of thought mapping here. So this is our total amounts. This is our individual amounts. So if I did a belt of... We're just using this for numbers. So if I had a belt of this going into a splitter, and then this all goes into another splitter. Or no, a merger, sorry. No, it would go into a... This would go into a... Why are you doing this to me, game? There we go. That's how we get the extra number. Okay. So we have the split going into these. It gets its amounts. Then we have our last one goes into these. Now, this copper then goes into the exact same system that this is doing for something else. So this would then go into this and this. In a container. Copy, paste, paste. So let's see. This goes into this one and this one. This one goes into this one and this one. All of those get split into a container that gets this many, and then this much goes into this one and this one, leaving our extra. Hold on. Let me delete this line. Clear that connection. This goes into a splitter. I mean, so far the numbers aren't getting mad at me. But essentially what we're left with is we're left with 393 left over that goes back into the system. This will work. Okay. This little setup will work. So we have 4 belts going into splitters, going into 2 systems, and then the third goes into a, it'll go into a merger system that will eventually go into a single line over here. Like, I guess what I would... Okay, if I really want this to look completely realistic, it would look like this. It would go down into a merger. Go into a merger. Go into a merger. And it would just be a series of mergers, right? That essentially leads us to this. And then this would go into this, which would go into a storage container. There it is. So it looks like that. So, yeah. The system works. We can make that happen. And then we'll take that 300 or whatever, and we'll just pump it back into the bus and call it a line of X, Y, and Z. Which actually, we don't even need to do that. Look, our wire right here, 360. We'd only be over by 33 copper. We can make that happen. We can make that work. Ho ho, hot damn. So now, then we would take this, and, whoop, instead of clear that connection. So then we would go into a splitter. And we're done. And all we're left with is like 33.75, which will honestly be fine. Honestly, perfectly fine to have a few things left over. But that gets us all of our wire. And how much Caterium is that? That's 867. What's this? Let's see. We'll just round up. 868 plus 37.5 plus 37 point. Whoop. I missed the point. 0.5 plus 15. 958 of our Caterium line. Which means our Caterium line can be one solid line feeding the entire thing, which is awesome. Very, very cool. And then we'll have a little bit of leftover. And the leftover can go somewhere. We will figure out where the leftover will go later. But this is basically what our system's going to kind of look like. And this is going to produce 2,700 copper wire and a butt ton of Caterium wire. Fantastic. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. Okay. So, splitter, 2 systems. Fantastic. Just open the right thing. Oh, what I should do is I should make it like this, so that way the... Oh, that's completely the wrong spot. Whoa, perfect. Perfect. How did I line that up so good? Can I make that close? I don't want to make that closer, because this needs to go into this line as well. So... No, it wasn't perfect. What did you line up with? I thought you lined up and I was so happy about it. Aw, man. It'll help if I actually put that in the right spot. Mini lift. And we'll just do the same thing right here. Too close. Oh, well, it helps if I point this thing in the right direction. It helps if I put it in the right spot, too. God. Mini lift. Okay, okay. Then, so if I do it like this, so it's lined up just by the elevator, huh? Was it on that? No. Like that? Yeah. Must have been over more. Must have been over more. Definitely over more. Definitely over more. Too steep. You didn't seem to have the problem with that one. What do you want about? What? Now that just doesn't make any sense. I mean, it'll work that way, so I'm not going to argue with it, but it's still kind of silly. And what did I do for this one? It's kind of like, okay, it's a... Is it that? Mini lift. Sweet. And then we have the runoff. Fantastic. Okay. Let's do it again. I forgot I put this thing on a hotkey. That is the wrong direction. Don't know why the default is happy about it, but who really cares? Three. Let me make sure I did this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Just need to make sure I'm doing it right. And so far, I believe I am. Oops, sorry, I forgot to bring you back to look at what I'm doing. I forgot. My bad. Alright, I don't understand, but sure. I don't understand why straight worked there and not anywhere else, but whatever. And then we will do another smart splitter. Actually, I think I could just do a splitter. Well, first and foremost, we have to now merge a bunch of these together. So if I did like this... It's gonna look very wonky, but it will work, I promise. Need to make sure I set these correctly. So that way we don't have any weird problems. Then let's see. Could, I guess, just do like a... We can do like this. Not gonna lie, that looks kind of cool. So is that... Yeah, because that's only 1,050, all getting merged into one line, which will now go into these two lines, plus the other for the copper wire. Oh boy, this is a brain scratchy. Day 1, Texas Roadhouse complete. My trainer on Bake Road, on Bake is on vacation. So I trained on Friday today. Did not eat a single roll. Not a single one. As a matter of fact, the only thing I ate today was about 5 pickle slices. Yeah, some of the designs you've come up with are very satisfying. I mean, this kind of looks pretty cool, you know? It's like, look, is this little swoopy thing the coolest thing ever? No, but it does work. But this kind of worked out. Like, these lined up really neatly and sort of made a little spaghetti bowl that doesn't spaghetti. You know what I mean? Like, these don't spaghetti together. And it also means that these are maintained as open for stuff. Speaking of open, hi, open. Nah. Eat something more than 5 pickle slices. I mean, all I've had today is some ramen. So, you know. I get it. I understand. Now, one of my qualms here is that this does mean that I'm going to have to do like this. This is going to look... this is going to look funky. But, hear me out. This might actually pan out pretty cool. So now if I do the same... splitter setup... I meant during my shift. I did eat a meatball sub, side salad, and a Mr. Pibb. Okay. Okay. That's not as bad. That's not... Ooh, meatball sub sounds kind of tasty, doesn't it? Actually, just sandwich sounds good. Ooh. Sandwich does sound tasty. Mini lift. I don't get it, but whatever. These are all lined up correctly, right? Like, yeah. These are all lined up properly. I don't understand why this thing is giving me guff, but whatever. Alright, I gotta get my... There we go. And then all of the overflow is going to go into the copper wire setup. That's going to be just next to here. Actually, I mean, there's no reason for me not to put the copper section just right over here, right? The copper wire spot? Zero reason not to at this point. Because it's the same setup, actually. It's 5, 5, and 2. So I can use the same blueprint and just change it. I can just change the recipe. Does that line up? Yeah. Woohoo! Yep, falling. There we go. Oh, boy. Just thinking. I don't know when the last time I had a meatball sub was. Has to be like a decade or more. It's probably been at least that for me as well, you know. I actually worked both jobs today. Worked a total of 12 hours. I have a 17-hour day on Saturday. Oof. Oof. But the pizza place next door to the pretzel shop makes phenomenal toasted/baked sandwiches. Ooh. I'm gonna give away a secret. Because if you want, you know those either fast food or restaurant whatevers where they're like, hey, this is what we make. We're a pizza shop or a sandwich shop. But it turns out their best thing on the menu is like the thing that they make just because we have leftover stuff. I love those places. And we found out years ago, if you want just like good breaded chicken strips that's not like the mainstream one, like you just want to go to a place that has decent good chicken strips and you're not paying a grundle of money for it. Carl's Jr., we found out, makes really good chicken strips that aren't, gouging you on the price and are like specialty, you know, fried chicken whatevers. Like, I was shocked. It was like $11 for a 9-inch sub, meatball sub, side salad, and drink. I mean, that's not the worst price point. Not terrible, actually. That's actually not, you know, not super crazy. I mean, places down here. Okay, there's a sandwich shop I haven't been to in years. Oh my goodness, I want to go. Every once in a while, I just get a craving for Zub's. Zub's used to make the best sandwiches around. I'm pretty certain they still are around, but it's one of those places, like, I think there's only 2 locations. They did a franchise, but I'm pretty certain there's only, like, 2 locations in existence. And, frankly, they are so very, very tasty. Like, mom and pop kind of store, like, the building is old, and the grill that they used is very weathered, but, you know, perfectly functional. Very seasoned grill, I guess I should call it. But they make the best sandwiches. Oh my goodness. Such good sandwich. So let's see. Okay, so now this is all copper. And the best part about this is we don't have to worry about the splitter problem. I can literally just go split the whole thing. We're gonna make a mini splitter, or a mini lift time. We'll do it the mini lift way. Come on, where? There we go. I mean, in all reality, that should all work, but this pizza place makes spicy meatball subs as well, and they simmer the meatballs in jalapeno gravy, then absolutely bury that motherfucker in cheese, then you get a side cup of jalapeno. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It sounds like a heart attack. I'm sold. I'm in. Time to shower? Decompress. Yes. Shower and wind down time. It's some of the best of times. I hope these actually connect. Now that I'm kind of looking at it, I'm hoping they connect. Why do I have an objective? Hold on. Like, why do I have an objective right here? What the hell does that objective even mean? Did I make that on accident? Did I do something? Did I hit a random button at some weird point to make that happen? Bean wants 50 of those. What for? I mean, I know they look like crackers, but come on, Bean. You can't just, you know... You can't just assume that that's what's going on there. But then again, I don't actually know. I can't say for certain what Bean eats. Maybe that is what Bean eat. Definitely not long enough to make this work, but... But we can do like that. Alright then. So now the copper's all squared up and ready to go. Now I need to figure out how to get the Caterium up here, which is a single line of Caterium. I believe it's, yeah, just one line of Caterium. Which means I think I can just do this. Not without clipping that. No, alright. A little more out, a little more out. And I believe K-term goes the whole way. Yep, the whole way. It includes everything. So more out. That's his business, Egg. Jeez, I know, look at me. I'm being so judgmental of the furries today, of Bean. You know what? I'm sassy. It's not my fault. It's because I was up late again working, okay? I did the thing where... Oh, Tuscan, I don't know if you were here for that one. You might have been lurking. I think you were lurking. But, you know. Made money. I was happy. I'm tired. But money was had. So, you know. I want to say it's 5. Yes, heard. Happy for you. Yeah. All going towards the cat fund. It's all going to paying off Esper's medicines and her vet visits. So. Bam. Good cat, Dad. Yep. That's my whole job. My whole job. I also, you know, I also try to occasionally, you know, make sure I have some money set aside for the godchildren as well, because they need all the loves and, you know, and helps too. So look at me just being poor at my own expense. Yeah. Tap, tap, tabby. Let's see. Is that it? That looks like it. It looks like it. Man, learning about the page up, page down has been an absolute godsend for us. And then we can just keep taking this down this way. Yep. Oh, damn, I missed it by just that much. Make sure I got that lined up right. I did not. Whoops. And I believe it's one after the arrow disappears. What was that, 4? Is that 5? That looks like 5. Right. All right, and these ones are different because they can be whatever. Oop, 2 more. There we go. Let's get this recipe correct. Yep. Yep, okay, cool. Cool. Fantastic. And now, power. Now for power. Power's gonna be pretty easy, actually. I'm gonna highlight these, take them away. If I can get wire done, I didn't think I was gonna get wire done today. I think I got a pretty good shot at getting wire sorted out, actually. We're gonna fall. About to say, that actually looked pretty right, so... Seems to be making a predictable pattern of 2 steps over. So if my guess is right, it should land right there. Yep. So... Clean, keep it tidy, keep it looking good, and then we'll try and get, oop, definitely over by 1, there we go. I'm gonna try to get that set up. I mean, we're not gonna be making stuff yet. I could. Don't need to. But I'm thinking if I can at least get this set up and ready for material, we'll be pretty good to go. We'll be pretty happy with that. We are going to have to worry about logistics of like, hey, where does everything actually go at some point, but now is not that point. Now is not the time. That time sounds like a future ag issue. Is that right? Yep, that's right. Future ag can worry about, you know, where the stuff goes and how it gets there. Kind of like I did before, you know? Where it's just like, oh, just ceiling belts all over the place, baby. Whoop, whoop. All right. Autosave. Thank you, autosave. Give me just a slight heart attack that I thought everything was freezing. I'm like, I don't want to have to go backwards and do some of this stuff again. But it looks like we're okay. And look at that. It goes right above the belt. No clipping, technically. No technical clipping right there. I want this saved for, you know, for Ilsitor viewing later. It'd be like, it's not clipping. It's not clipping. It's like the, you know, it's the stereotypical child of like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching it. I'm not touching you. And you're like, you're pretty damn close, though. Pretty damn close. And Ilsitor's gonna be like, stuff passes under it, and it's, you know, lining up pretty neat. I mean, I'm gonna say, I'm pretty happy with this little build here. I think this little section turned out pretty clean. The outputs are gonna look like absolute dog shit, probably. Because here's the problem. So, what was it, 5 or 6 of these? I can't remember. It's like 5 or 6 of these things are going into these things. Let me remember. I just need, you know what? I'm just going to go over here and look. I can just read the numbers. Because, and fitting that stuff into here is definitely going to mean some clipping be happening. There is definitely going to be some clipping, and you know, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Let's see. Okay. Nope, I'm going to need the other thing. These things, so all 30 need 5,625. Divide that by 1,125 equals 5. So, that means oh no. Oh no. Six. Oh, thank God. Okay. Every 6 machines. Oh, I thought it was going to be 3 for a second, and I about put myself into a bit of a panic. Whew, math. Okay. I thought it was 3. Oh, Nightmod. Hi, Nightmod. What's up, Nightmod? How's it going? Oh, I'm tired. I did my math wrong for a second, because it's, 5,625 divided by 5, which leaves 6 because there's 30, right? So, essentially 5 lines going into 6 machines. So every 3 double man stacks, I'm gonna need one of these belts to go into. That means there's gonna be some clipping. Where did you get that little upper emote? Daddy's so cute, he's just waving. Look at him go. Alright, alright. This all worked out great. This all worked out fantastically. It looks good. I'm going to worry about outputs later because let's see, that's... From Lenny Quinn, apparently. Alright. I don't know who they are. I don't know what they do. But I love getting random emote things like that. Like, from all the different places that I follow, all of a sudden I get a random gift sub, and I'm like, I get new emotes for, for a month. Yay! It always brings me joy. So let me get this straight. 225, yeah, 225 times 5. 225 times 5, 1,125, yep. So, whoops, oh my. Oh my. There it is. There it is. Now it looks awful. Now it looks awful. Oh, there was a moment I was watching the Death Battle Fireside with Chad and them over there. There was a moment I about lost my breath. I about lost my breath where they were making a shirt, but they essentially took Chad's face, chopped it into 4 quadrants, and just like, squished it, and I haven't laughed that much in about a week. Maybe 3 days. Maybe 3 days. I've laughed pretty good in the last couple days because I was watching another one of the YouTubers that I watch. But all the same, it brought me joy. And that's what's important, right? That's what it's all about, is that it brought me joy and pleasure. Now, I need to remember, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 outputs are all going into that system. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 systems, because I divided the 5,625 by 5 to get our 1,125. These 5 systems go into that system. The rest of these systems go elsewhere. The other 4 and 2 go elsewhere for other things. I can't remember where those other things go. Oh yeah, there's like, AI limiters, and then there's circuit boards. Circuit boards is going to be actually not too crazy, I don't think. Let me remember. Okay, so we have the high-speed connectors, the uranium cell, which we're already dividing up, the circuit board, and the AI limiters. Fantastic. Okay, we can easily make all that work with what we got going on here. It will pan out and look cool. I mean, now that this concrete's filling out a little bit, like this is one factory making 2 things technically, but wire, it looks pretty cool. That over there looks pretty cool. Once we have a whole row of those bad boys, gonna look pretty cool. I'm not thrilled with having to clip the what's it's in there, but I had to fake unmod in one channel because they let Brenda Song die in the quarry. Which one was Brenda again? I know who that is. Okay, never mind. I remember who that is. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I remember the I can't remember the character's name, but I know who you're talking about. I don't know. I just kept calling her Brenda. Hold on, let me look. It's because that's not the name of the character. I can't remember the character's name, but I know who Brenda's song is. So it's like, let's see. Brenda Song plays the character Caitlin Ka, just K-A, Caitlin Ka, yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah. So let that character die, like, What do you mean you let that character die? You keep her around. Brenda's awesome. Isn't that the chick who's married to Macaulay Culkin, if I'm remembering right? I think I'm remembering that right. I'm pretty certain I'm correct on that. Someone fact check me, though. I'm going to sit here and say I'm right until proven wrong. That's what I'm going to say. Okay, so now that this is all set up, I mean, what I'll probably do with these outputs, we'll probably go underneath, and we will connect to this. She did marry the Home Alone kid, yes. Yep, okay. That's what I thought. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably still going to come do the underneath bit, right? We're going to go underneath, do all this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I don't have room for a third. 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, we're going to have to figure out how that's going to all connect in the underground later. It's part of what makes her the queen. Well, I mean, from everything I've ever seen Macaulay Culkin do outside of the movie stuff, he seems like a really nice, chill guy. You know what I mean? Like, for someone who survived the child movie star situation, he came out of it like a champion. There's apparently a hard drive that I have not collected. Is it this one? See, I have it marked. It's not this one. Nope. Wasn't this one. I was about to say, please connect to power before I fall. Before I fall and kill myself. It's not the big thing. It's one of these small. I'm going to go find this thing real fast. Yeah, he had some rough patches, I know, but he's doing better. Like, coming out of it surviving like a champion. So, I don't think, look, stardom is not for me. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it out loud for everyone in the back to hear. If I was suddenly, some sort of, like, not rich. Rich is different. I'm saying if I was, like, a celebrity of some sort, like, I'm a person of influence, I would just look at everyone saying that and be like, y'all need to reevaluate some shit because, nuh-uh, I missed it. Is it below the platform? Oh, there it is. What do you want? Computers? Dude, why did I not get this before? Sure. There's literally computers right there. Not all of them, but, some. Oop, don't bug the poisony thingies. Man, this biome's real pretty. It's a shame we're never gonna see it. All right, let's see. Man, we spent a lot of stuff. Oh, wait. Oh, did these all get... These all were able to get power shards, right? Yep, it kind of looks like it. Okay. And I think... Hold on. I think some of my numbers are a little bit off. Like, it's not an exact... this many or whatever. It's like... Yeah, whatever. Whatever. It'll be fine. It'll be absolutely fine. I have no doubts. If I had doubts, then I wouldn't be sitting where I am today. Not sure what that means, but, you know. No. You know what? I stand by it. Because this chair, very expensive chair, zero doubts. When I bought it, I was like, I sat in a bunch of chairs. I went to like it's like a wholesaler for office chair stuff. Like, they just get some leftovers and they sell them. And I was like, I'm here looking for an office chair. And they were like, how about these ones? And they showed me some chairs. They weren't the right chairs. I sat in this bad boy and I was like, that is a comfy ass chair. It, you know, it's high. I would have liked a headrest, but they didn't have that. But I couldn't deny that the arm spacing, like where the arms go, is, you know, a very solid fit. Where my butt rests, it, you know, I take up the seat. Like, there's no excess in the chair, apart from, like, right here. Right up here in the back, which is fine by me, because I like to lean. So, you know, ergonomic, very comfy, memory foam for my butt. No doubts. No doubts whatsoever. Anyway, shall we find the ratable? I mean, I'm like right at the 4-hour mark. I was kind of, look, I'm going to admit it. I was just looking for time to kill. I was just killing time. We raided Dunk yesterday. I mean, BK's doing stuff. We'll bug BK. BK. I mean, I think progress was made today, right? Like, we got this tower built. We got this started. We got the stuff up here, and we'll bring it down. That got built. That got built. This got built. I think that's pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of things that need to be built as well, but look at how much space we got. We got plenty of space for it. Like, I don't know what I'll make next, but we'll make something, you know? We'll make something soon, I have no doubts. Let me go back to here. There we go. So, you know. Anyways, let's see. Do I have any scheduled stuff to talk about tomorrow? Tomorrow we're playing some more. I know Thursday's not a normal day, but we're playing Metaphor because I missed it on Monday because stuff happened. So, we're playing Metaphor tomorrow. And then Friday is Sons of the Forest. And then next week is Silent Hill. And if I'm remembering right, did I or did I not schedule next Saturday for an 8-hour like special or 8 to 12-hour special where I play through Madison again? We'll talk about it. Anyway, the time's about to go away. I love you all. Bye. Oh, the thing didn't go. What number? There.